Hello and welcome to Magical Monday Marathon Sprints. I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of S.T. Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers and now A Curse of Wings and Gems and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of the stream is to provide longer but low-key sprints. So it's 1 hour long sprints, low-key. And for me, that I'm not appearing on screen because I don't have to worry about makeup, hair, lighting, studio stuff, camera turn on, all that good stuff. It is not strictly timed like my other sprints during the week, but I still will focus on my tasks during the actual sprints because focus issues, but I will be able to catch up with everyone during the breaks. And you're welcome to use this in any way that works for you, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you, whatever productivity you need. And this week is going to be mostly all admin stuff because I did put the note in the chat box, but that we are having the live stream on Thursday to reveal the full schedule lineup of the AuthorTube Writing Conference. And I'm excited about that. I have been working on the website for the last couple of days. I am probably about halfway done so that it is ready to go for our live stream on Thursday. And I do have a couple more speakers I need to reach out to for a couple more things. It's really going great for the AuthorTube Writing Conference as far as everything getting set up and the way forward for this conference. And then beyond that, I have to do the paperwork for my business filing. That's due on May 1st, which is the same day as a full live stream. And I don't know what I signed up for last year, but I got charged a monthly fee for something. So I have to pay attention this time to the paperwork. So I really need to look at that paperwork before I sign it again. And what else do I have to do? Oh, I still have not got my book cover design brief to my book cover designer. That was due last Thursday. Haven't got that done. So I'm a little behind on some things with my business overall. But so, yeah, it's an admin week. I think I will still try to get some writing in. I haven't been able to write for the last couple of days because I've been working on admin stuff. But what I have done was like brainstorming stuff in my head. And this is for like the next book. So my work in progress right now is A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. That's the third book in the series. I have outlined in my head the fourth book, which is A Curse of Claws and Frost. And then I started actually I verbal downloaded everything in my head yesterday. So I did add like word count for brainstorming, but I haven't actually written any new words since Friday. Yeah, Friday I did some editing and revising. So yeah, but on the weekend I did not. So yeah, how was your guys this weekend? How's everything going and what are you working on? There is the link for the conference schedule lineup. That is at 5 p.m. my time. So it's 6 p.m. Eastern and whatever that is in other time zones. So Lysanda, hello, good morning. I'm starting a new book today. I finished the outline last week. Oh, exciting. Yeah, my outline is still very, I don't really outline. I just have I don't know, verbal garbage. I hate to say it like that because most of what I think of that I say out into my outlining process, I end up changing all of it anyways. And a lot of it doesn't make sense. So it's not really garbage. That's not the right word. What am I trying to think of? Oh, I don't know. But I do like to write down some ideas because especially getting this late in the series, I don't want to forget plot threads that I have introduced in the other books. So that's the biggest thing for me now. So I hopefully you get to start it. So you can start drafting. Exciting. I wish I was there. Idri, hello. Good morning. I'm back after an unintentional break. Looking forward to hearing what everyone is up to. Yeah, I've started. Well, I did start on A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. I did it during a write-a-thon last year. Was it during the Storyteller's Hearth? I started drafting it. Maybe it was in November. I started drafting it. It was 1 week in November. That's what it was. I started drafting it and I got the first act done, which was roughly, nope, I don't remember what it was. I think it was 50,000 words, maybe. I think it was around 50,000 words. And now up to like 80,000 words in it. I'm in Act 2. And I'm like, oh gosh, if Act 1 is 50,000 words, and if Act 2 is twice as much, that's another 100,000 words, that's 150,000 words. And typically that means that Act 3 is going to be another 50,000 words. That's 200,000 words for the book. Although my Act 3s always tend to be quite short. I go from basically Dark Night of the Soul to the climax to the end of the book within a couple of chapters. So Devin says present and accounted for, currently falling down a review rabbit hole. Yeah, we were sharing videos this morning. I thought it was so funny. I was like sitting here laughing. I got the AWC stuff put together for live stream, and then she sent me a message on Discord. Something about the romanticy in a video, which I started to watch. It's Willow Talks Books. Romanticy books are toxic, lazy, and conservative propaganda. And I was like, this is so funny, because when usually I'm not writing, if I'm working on admin stuff, I watch videos. And that can range from anything that I want to like do research on. Like last year I did like a lot of videos on ninjas and shinobis and spy work, like CIA and MI6, because both of my main characters in this next book are secret agents. And so I watched a lot of videos about that. And then I also like historical videos, anything about history. I just love, I don't like current or more current history, like in the last 100 years, last 150 years, not exciting to me. But take it back further, Middle Ages, or even further than that, back in Roman times, like around, when Jesus was born, then I really like that kind of history. So I assume lately this week, I've been watching a lot of BookTube about romanticy, and or one of the videos I shared with her was about dark romance, but romanticy was in there in this few books that she talks about their romanticy. So I was like, why am I consuming this stuff? This is interesting, but it's making me feel like I'm writing the wrong thing. But I'm not going to stop writing because I do like it. But when she shared that video with me, I was like, oh my gosh, that's too funny. I've been consuming this over the last couple of days while, I've been doing my admin stuff on the weekend. So after this video, I'll be doing a bit of admin to get on with my writing of 2,400 daily words minimum. Oh, okay. So watching a video after that, then starting on your words. Gotcha. I finished the big fight between my MMCs yesterday, sending out betas today to check for Chef Kiss vibes. Ooh, I bet that's going to be exciting getting that feedback. Hey, says Weaver Words. Cue the confetti for AWC. Oh, I wish I had confetti I could do on the screen. I would cue it for sure. Weaver says, I'm about to have lunch, and then we'll get set up in the garden to write outside in the sunshine. Oh, I like writing outside. Not in the sunshine, because I burn, but I like writing outside. But it's been a long time since I've written outside. Here, I feel like I'm in a very small town, but I just feel like our neighbors are just too close. I don't know. They're probably not, but I just feel like it's too close. So I can't really write outside here. My last house was way out in the country. We did have a neighbor, but she was kind of tiny. That's how far away I mean. Not her specifically tiny. She was a tiny person in the background that I couldn't see. But anytime she saw me outside, which I'm sure I looked tiny to her across the way, she called me. And I'm like, I can't sit outside and do anything without her calling me. So I stopped writing outside because I'd barely get started and then she'd be calling me. But yeah, I used to go like out into the forest and write when I was younger. Not really little, but like 12, 13, through teenage years. Oh, shoot. My design brief for the Witch's Mirror is due tomorrow. Yeah, mine's due last week on Thursday. Yeah. No, wait. It was due on Wednesday. I told her I probably wouldn't have it to her until Thursday. Thursday was our IEP meeting with the school. Yes. And we have another one coming up. Like, we cannot do this in one sitting for some reason. So we have another one, and it has to be done before May 21st because that is when the annuals due. And but we didn't like what was going on, what they were trying to do in the IEP meeting. And we're like, we're going to talk with our advocate. And we're going to go through the paperwork and whatnot. So I'm not a very nice person when I'm in there because I don't like them talking about taking away stuff when it's obvious that things are not where they should be. When just last week he picked up something and acted like he was going to throw it at someone because he lost his temper. So, and they're saying, oh, we think we could pare back on how much the para is with him. And I'm like, no, you can't. And he's a big guy. He's 6 foot. Okay. He's only 12, but he's 6 foot tall. So if he throws something, it's going to hurt whoever gets hit by it. So, and this wouldn't be the first time. He's done it before. When he gets upset, he doesn't think about what he's doing. He just loses his temper and just lashes out. He has sent one teacher to the hospital, but that's been a few years. And it was totally on accident. He just lost his temper and threw his body. And he's such a big guy. When he fell into her, she fell back and hit her head on a desk. So otherwise, I mean, he's a very cool, like calm kid most of the time. But when he gets frustrated, he loses his temper. And then, yeah. So yeah, I was a mama bear. I was probably not very nice in the last meeting, but now we're going to have another meeting and have more people come to it. Did I read the rest of that? I might not be writing today after all. Oh, yeah. I feel bad. I have not finished my design brief, and Jacqueline is so awesome. Y'all, she's such a great designer. And I guess when I told her I was doing the IEP stuff, she's like, yeah, she understands that kind of process and how much it takes. It took a lot of energy out of me that day because I don't like being mean. But I was pointing out the flaws in their system and why the things that they wanted to do couldn't even be supported by data. I'm a very logical person. So I pointed out all the things that we had for data and all the things that they did not do for data to try for them to prove what they needed to do with his IEP. So, yeah. Love this channel for ancient myths being born. Ooh, I have to check that out. Thank you. Love writing and reading outside. Yeah. I just don't like the sun because it doesn't like me. I mean, I do. I'm always deficient on vitamin D when I go to the doctor's office and get my blood draw every year. And I'm like, I really can't. I mean, the best way to get vitamin D is to sit outside or to be outside. But it's like I go out there and I'm burning up. And I go from white to red and back to white. I don't tan. I tried to, I still remember like way back when I was getting married. And I was like, I'm going to have a tan. Because I know I'm white, and wearing a white wedding dress is going to look pale. I mean, it's not going to look great in photos. I know that from experience. So I was like, if I got just a little bit of a tan. And so I did it slowly. I went to a tanning bed. I always put this, they had stickers there. So I always put this heart sticker on my belly in the same place every time. And I could see my skin getting just slightly darker. And I was like, ooh, I'm actually getting a tan. And then the day of my wedding, one of my girlfriends I hadn't seen in a while, and she was like, oh, were you trying to get a tan? Weren't you trying to get a tan before your wedding? I'm like, this is a tan. And I guess I still looked white. I was like, okay, this is before we really knew all the bad stuff from tanning beds. So I stopped going. Because I didn't tan. I mean, I thought I was a little darker, but I was not. DL, hello. So funny. DL just had a video. Was it you? I'm pretty sure it was you. Nope, it wasn't you. DL just had a lot of videos. I do know what I was thinking though with you. You have some 30-minute timer videos you put out on your channel, and I don't use 30 minutes for anything. On Mondays, I do hour-long videos. So if you make any of those an hour-long video, I will add them to my list and play them. But I don't know if you've got the time or the energy to do that after all the ones you just made. But if you do any hour-long ones, I'd love to use them, especially come Halloween spooky time, because those would be perfect. But I would still use them now. I'm the same way. I have 2 shades. Ghost and Lobster. I need something like that. I need to use something like that. Ghost and Lobster. Yes. And then I'll just go back to being white. So I'm in pain for a while and I use sunscreen, y'all. I use sunscreen. It works for about 20 to 30 minutes. And then if I do not reapply, I'm going to be getting even. At that point, I'm kind of pink. And then if I go any longer without sunscreen on, then I start getting red. And then it's just after so long, like after an hour or two, it just doesn't matter how much sunscreen I apply. I'm just going to burn because the skin starts turning pink. And then it just gets worse and worse. And then when it goes away, when it finally sunburn goes away, I'm back to white and I don't tan. So. A good morning to you. Hello, Paige. How's it going? Hope all is well with you. Cool. I will make some. Yay. Because I really like your videos. I was watching them. I was like, I'd love to do these. But I was like, none of these fit in what I need. Ghost and Lobster over here too. Okay, we're going to start a Ghost and Lobster Club. Working on the plot outline for a cookie this morning. What kind of cookie is it going to be? Is it going to be fiction or nonfiction? I mean, you don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but I'm just curious what you've been working on. I started reading Cagliostro last night. Talk about a bomb being dropped in a tranquil moment, right? Yeah. Yes. And then if you guys didn't know, DL Tillery actually just did a review of one of our AuthorTubers books. It was, gosh, I could see her face. What's the sweet? She's very sweet. Joanne. Did and sweet goes great with her bakery stuff because she does bakery romances. And so she just did a review of Joanne's culinary confessions on her channel as well. So I'm laughing. I feel like you just did it, but it was probably a couple weeks ago now. And great opening, loved it. Yeah, I mean, it's not a slow opening at all. I mean, there is like just a tiny little bit of tranquility in the beginning, but that doesn't last. And not that it's like huge action packed, but you get right into the story and the mystery and everything that happened. I do enjoy the book, and so we'll be waiting for the next one. Only use tanning beds after getting closer to the equator. LOL. Start with like 4 to 5 minutes and only go for a week. I burn slightly less. I have heard of that method. It just doesn't. I can't just go for a week and then I'll be okay. No, I went for months, like almost. I think it was almost 8 months. I went to the tanning bed before my wedding, and everybody still thought I didn't have a tan, even though I could tell my skin was slightly darker because of the sticker I put on my belly. And so I was like, well, that was worthless to go for 8 months. And everybody's like, were you going to get a tan? Thank you, LOL. Yeah. Okay. I want to get, fiction cookie, hopefully for my signature series, hoping to start swaps in a month or two. Nothing ever gets written as fast as I think. Yeah, same for me. I mean, I can draft really fast, but then the revision and editing takes so long. I do have to say, things went pretty rather quickly now that I'm looking back on it for A Curse of Scales and Feathers. Because in less than a year from the first draft, I was doing the Kickstarter and it was ready to go. But Curse of Wings and Gems, it was like almost 2 years from the first draft before my Kickstarter went. But that book just took a lot. It took a lot of revisions. The sun makes me tired. We live in Florida and everyone wants to go to the beach and I hate the beach. Who was it that said that to me yesterday? Where was I yesterday? Oh yeah, we did a live stream on my channel yesterday. But was it in my live stream? I don't remember where it was at, but someone said something about that they were in Chicago now and they used to live in Navarre, which is close to me, and they miss the beach. And I'm like, I'm not a beach person. So it doesn't, I don't remember who said that now. Somebody told me that. Hi, STM friends. Hello, Andy, Devin. I was born with a tan, so I know nothing. Lucky you. Yeah, it's rough if you don't have tan that you're born with, or if you can't tan, because there's only so much sun you can do. We lived in Hawaii, and I would say for my first month in living Hawaii, I was a walking sunburn. It hurt all the time, and I didn't even stay outside to do anything other than like, I think there was like a couple days when the movers came and brought all of our stuff for the house. I was running inside and outside, outside, and that was the worst sunburn I had then. But I wasn't like just standing out in the sun. So, but yeah. Adega, hello, good morning. I saw that you had a premiere for your next chapter of your book. So cool. Same. My oldest, he was born with a tan, so he's good. Now my youngest, he was born white, even though he's mixed. But when he goes out in the sun, he tans. So he's got that working for him. So I still put sunscreen on. Well, I did for my oldest too, but he's not a kid anymore, so I let him take care of his own skin. But I still put sunscreen on my kids when we go out for a while. Good morning and e-hugs to Andy. Miss Paige, hugs, been a while. All right, let's go ahead and jump into our first sprint. It is 1 hour on the clock. Good luck with everybody's goals. I'll find the right tab here. Okay, there we are. And we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. last time on the first spread, how did you do? I'm working on this final page for the website, and I'm actually on about halfway through the last day at the conference, setting up, putting in all the different presentations with the names and the names of the speakers, the titles of the presentation, and the presentation little write-up, and thinking about different things to do with how the schedule has fallen out this year. So yeah, just that. But see, we left off here with Andy saying, hugs, been a while to Miss Page. And Miss Page says, family life got challenging in the last 18 months, but starting to be more stable soon. I'm glad that it's starting to look more stable. I tan more in the sun, though. Nice. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's nice for you. I know, like, well, my husband doesn't really, he's already darker, but he doesn't like getting a sunburn. So he tries not to get to the point where he's like getting any darker because he gets a sunburn. He does get a sunburn. He used to be a captain on boats in the Army. So they were out in the water all the time. Yeah. My hubs is Casper with freckles. He burns then peels. Both of my boys are white, but they don't burn like their father. That's nice. That they don't have to worry about burning like that. Burning is not fun, and peeling is gross. Oh no, Paige, I'm sorry to hear. Hope things settle down soon. Adri says, my morning goal is to finish the surface edit to my current novella, work in progress, send it to my editor. It's supposed to have been done this weekend, but life happened. It does. It happens all the time. I was sitting here trying to do this website page, and I was like, I've got so many things left for like the AWC, the Author Tube Writing Conference, I had to do. So like, I started writing it down the list while I was doing the website. So like, one, I need to get a picture from Miblart because they're doing a presentation, but they switched out speakers, and I have the old speakers picture. So now I don't have a picture for the website. So I need to figure out what that picture is. I need to get the final title, description, and panel members from one of our special guest speakers. He had given me some placeholders, but I'd like to get the final ones if he has them. Two of our special guest speakers have not responded to me to say that, yes, that date and time works for them. So I need to get back in touch with them and say, hey, does this work? Because we're about to reveal the full schedule, and I just want to make sure this works. I want to email all the speakers, let them know that we have the live stream coming up for the full schedule reveal. I also have two newer speakers in the lineup that I need to review their title and description again, and then have them sign the agreements. And then I need to email like everybody who said they can do a special or another appearance during the conference. And I'm like, can I get all this stuff done today? I don't know if I'm getting all this done today. I think I'm going to get tired too dealing with AWC stuff before I get through this full list. But I'm like, some of this stuff has to be done like now. I mean, probably the biggest thing would be none of this stuff is like has to be done ASAP. It'd be nice if it was done ASAP, but doesn't have to be. Not technically, because all this stuff can be fixed and still worked on past Thursday. But it would be nice if all this stuff was done by Thursday. Andy said went lurk mode on. Good morning, Morgan. How are you? Are you working on anything this morning, or are you at your day job? You're probably at your day job. Devin says, I didn't realize that first video was over an hour long. I'll have to return it to it later. Or were you watching the one that I sent you? Yeah, I think that was over an hour long. I think I put it on a faster speed, though, so that I could get it done sooner. Hello, Vanessa. How's it going? Good morning. Oh, not feeling well today. So here to try and get stuff done, even small progress. Yes, small progress is something to celebrate, even if it's small. And I do hope that you're feeling better here soon. Mornings from Gwenna. Hello. Barely dragging myself into sitting up and breaking out the tablet to get some work done. Kiddo was a terror last night. Alas, I can't let it roll over in today. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hello, Kaufman. Morning all. Hope the writing goes awesome this week. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know if I'm getting any writing done this week because I have a lot to do. Which I don't know if you're still here, but when was that? 8:57? Yeah, it was a little while ago. It's 9:24 my time, just in case you guys are like, what? 8:57? That was so long ago, or that's in the future, depending on where you're at. But yeah, I have to. Something I was thinking about with the schedule. I'm going to send a message to you and Devin. Probably after I finish this website page. I'm pretty close to being done. I should be able to get done on the next sprint. On the phone, BRB. 841 words. Brainstorming. Nice. I do get a lot of brainstorming words because it's usually verbal vomit. I just say whatever it is I'm thinking and put it into a document. And then later on, I tease out ideas of what works and what might not work or whatever. Sometimes I come up with what works and what doesn't work during my verbal brainstorming. So then I say, okay, forget about that idea, but I still keep the words because I'm going through them. I'm spending time doing it. And that's the main thing for me is like, how am I spending my time when it comes to my writing and what am I actually accomplishing? So those are my goals. And that's what I track is like, how am I spending my time and what am I accomplishing? I don't mark any words I delete though. I don't think that's conducive to my well-being. Joanne came in. Hello. Hi, everyone. How are you all? What are you working on today? What are you working on, Joanne? I hope that you're doing well. Had my breakfast vacuum, started my daughter on her school lessons, and now editing this week's videos. About to start some reading, and then I'll get to writing in about 30 minutes. And that was just a few minutes ago. So hopefully sometime during this next sprint that's an hour long, you might be able to get to writing. Hi there, Joanne. I put the video review of your book up on my channel. Be sure check it out. Miss it. If DL, do you want to grab the link? I have a lot of tabs open right now. I'm afraid to open anything else because my computer kept shutting down on me last week. But I can't close a lot of these tabs because they're all part of the cover design brief that is going to be going to my my cover design artist because she likes to use things from Shutterstock. So I've got all these pictures up. Usually I only have to give her like 1 or 2 pictures. I'm like, this is what I'm looking for. But now I'm like looking at all these, like, I was like, okay, this picture, I like this part. This picture, I like this part. This picture, I like this part. I'm like, man, I hope this is not, this is why my cover brief is not done yet because I don't have anything that's exactly what I want for my cover brief that I can see anywhere for my cover, the actual cover design. I can see it clearly in my head, but I know that she works really well with visuals. Like I can write stuff all day, but I don't know if it's because I just write a bunch of stuff that things get missed. So if I have a visual go with it, it's so much easier. Morning all. Thesis work still happening. Hello, CJ. Nonfiction always takes longer than I think. Well, yes, it does. I'm kind of glad I'm past that part. I mean, I loved school when I was in school, and I remember thinking when I was in school, I could be a student forever. But now that I've been out and I actually went to teaching for a while, I'm like, I don't think I could do it again. I still like to learn stuff, but I don't like the measurements that we have to do in order to show what we're learning, but it is necessary as part of school because then how else would you measure students' progress? And you do have students who are not self-motivated, that they did not have some way to measure what it is they're doing when it comes to their schoolwork. They probably would not do it. So I played with a couple different things while I was in, like one, first of all, if I didn't have to do any tests, I didn't do tests. I hate tests. Tests are not very good at showing what a person knows, at least not for everyone. And there's a large part of the population that tests do not work for them. They can do so much better if they could just explain it to you. They could tell you all day what it's about or what it is or how it works or whatever it is that you're wanting to know. They could tell you about it. But doing a test and they fail, like not fail like F, but they fail at showing the true depth of their knowledge on tests. So I hate doing tests. But I did have one school who said that we had to do tests. So I made the test as easy as possible. Like I had to test them on certain things, obviously, because of what the school wanted. But I made it where they had a whole week to take the test and they could take it as many times as they want and only their highest score would be counted. And so that way they would know. And I did the questions always came from a pool of questions. So they wouldn't always get the same questions over and over again. And of course it was randomized. So that way it wasn't like they were doing the same exact test over and over again, but it still hit on the same things. So I try to make that as easy as possible. And they did it online on their own time. And I didn't time them so they could be in the test and take it as long as they want, use whatever materials they wanted to look up the answers. So I made it as easy as possible. And I was like, really, why do we need tests for writing? I teach English. Now I did understand for the literature courses. I mean, that was a little bit different, but I did teach literature in one college where tests were not required. So I didn't worry about it there. But the other college where I taught most of my literature courses, the tests were required. So then same deal. They could take the test as many times as they want within a week time period. They weren't timed. They could do it on their own. They could use whatever sources they wanted. And they could take it as many times as they wanted. You know, you'd be surprised. You would think that when you tell someone they could take a test as many times as they want to get the best score possible, that they would take it as many times as they could to get the score that they want. Maybe I just didn't always know what score they want. For me, I'd always want like an A. So I would take a test as many times as I could to get an A. But I think the max I ever had anyone take a test was like 3 times. And then they'd stop. Yeah, most people didn't take advantage of multiple times past that point. Today is a chill reset day after a busy weekend for me, doing a sprint of admin with this next one. Nice. I'm doing all admin stuff for Author Tube Writing Conference. I do have other stuff I need to do. I need the book cover design brief to my book cover designer. And then I just realized with someone who popped in earlier, I was like, oh, yeah. They told me what they wanted for their Kickstarter, because the Kickstarter was it was a choice between one of two novellas, either the Sunstone, the Hybrid Prince, or the Florist Budding Desire. And then if they chose the Florist Budding Desire, what you see on screen with that book is my book cover. But I did hire a company to do it, and I felt like my book cover was still better. So then I gave them a choice to choose between my book cover or the company's book cover. And the reason why I did all of this, right, because people who came over from my first Kickstarter only had the Sunstone, the Hybrid Prince. So when they came to my second Kickstarter, I didn't want to make the first tier to be the novella again that was only the Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince, because what if they didn't want that one again? And my tiers build on each one. So my second tier was also the novella and new stuff. And the third tier was also the novella, everything for the second tier, and new stuff. So everything would build. So I gave a choice of 2 different novellas. That way people who got the first Kickstarter and got the first novella could choose the second novella. But if they didn't do the survey at the end to tell me which novella they wanted, I couldn't give them any of their stuff. So I finally did get a response. I think that Kickstarter was like, it's been kind of messing up. It's been glitchy, because I submitted 2 surveys for 2 Kickstarters in the last month, and neither one went through. And one of them I went and did it like 4 or 5 more times, still didn't go through. And I said, forget it. Here's my information to the person who was owning the Kickstarter. I was like, it's not going through. So, but yeah, so there's some issues going on. So I finally did get a response, and I was like, oh, I need to go give them their stuff. And I didn't remember that until I saw them in the chat today. So I need to do that. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff to do. I will get it, though. Yes, you will. I will get it, LOL. Oh, what, did I miss this one? 119 words and my protein shake acquired. Nice, you got words in. It's nice you got some words. 8 scenes to go before I'm done with this revision. I'm so close. Oh, gosh. I don't think I don't really like, well, editing is probably, I don't so much mind revision as much as editing. Because revision, I do tend to write new stuff. And I really love just creating stories. Then having to revise and edit it, that's where the magic happens. But, it's not my favorite part of the process. DL, thank you so much. I'll watch after I'm done with the work for the day. And there it is. There is a link for Culinary Confessions. That is Joanne's book and a review. And there is a link. It is on sale before the sale ends. It ends on Thursday morning. So you want to go grab it if you want to get a copy of the sale. And her Ko-fi link in case you want to support her. I don't do tests for my daughter in school. I grade her progress for the entire year based on how she performed with each lesson. And she is an A+ student. In homeschooling, you can do it how you want. Glad. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I think that it might be slightly different depending on what state you're in. So I could do the homeschooling however. And I homeschooled 1 year for my oldest kiddo. Because due to racial issues, he was coming home with racial slurs in 2nd grade. And I'm like, no one should be saying these things to him, or he shouldn't know these words. And the school tried to tell me, oh, we don't allow that to happen here. I'm like, well, it's never happened anywhere else. And we don't do this at home, obviously. So he's getting it from your school, and they didn't believe me. So I just pulled him out and homeschooled him for a year. And I thought about not doing tests, but then he had to take a test with the state, and that was Virginia. So he had to take a test with the state to show his knowledge in order for him to officially pass the grade. And so to prep him for the test for the state, I did do some tests. And they also gave us practice tests for the one for the state. So I did those as well. And he wanted to keep homeschooling. And I wish I could have kept homeschooling for him, but we moved and whatnot, and other things happened. But we finished. that was 3rd grade. We finished 3rd grade in like 3 months. And I taught him things he was not going to be learning in school, because I also taught him Spanish. And we even got into more science-y stuff that he was not going to get into. What is that called? The whole scientific life cycle process with plants. We went through that in 3rd grade, which he started learning that like in 4th or 5th grade. And he was like, I know this stuff already, Mom. I was like, I know. You're going to know stuff already. But, we had a lot of fun. And I actually got like a science kit with like actual like elements and it's been so many years, the chemicals, the liquid chemicals. And we did a lot of science-based experiments as part of it. Was so fun. It was fun doing homeschool with him. I like doing stuff like that. But My son wants to stay in public school, but we're already doing second and third grade content at home while he's in first. Our state didn't require anything for homeschool, but we just voted on things. I haven't checked to see how that went. Guess you probably have to do that, huh? And you're in Missouri? Yeah, Virginia, they had to do a test. And it's so, I mean, in my mind, I'm like, I'm glad that you don't have to do a test there. That's great. But in my mind, I was like, what the freak? The test that the state required, all it included was some reading comprehension and some math. I'm like, what about all the other subjects? What about history and science? And, like, these are all part of a well-rounded education. Why are we only testing on these two things? But, we're on the only. Who was I thinking I was in Missouri? Must have been someone else. Yeah, too much bullying in schools. Yes, in homeschooling in Maryland, you don't need to do a test, but I do some test sheets because she likes them. I teach her Japanese and sign language. Oh, that's so nice. I don't know those, but I do know Spanish. If I would have continued with homeschool, I would have taught them French as well because I know French. But yeah, I just taught them the basics of Spanish in those few months. But yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad that you don't have to do any tests. And it's possible Virginia doesn't require tests anymore because that was back in 2008. Yeah, it was a while ago. I live outside of St. Louis, Missouri. We're on the state line. Oh, okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking. My husband's job is in the city, but we're over in the Metro East. So you're like just right on that border between two different states. So, alrighty. Well, I've gotten through all the comments. Oh, one more. 19 minutes to downtown St. Louis. Or St. Louis. Probably St. Louis. Why am I saying Louis? Where am I getting that from? I don't know. Oh, well, probably Louisville, but even that's different. Because most people say Louisville or Louisville for Kentucky, but it's Louisville. I made sure I learned it because my youngest kiddo was born there, and they have their own way of saying it. It don't look like how it sounds, but I learned it so that I would know how to say where he was born. Both are acceptable. Oh, okay. So St. Louis, yay. Okay, let's go ahead and get started on the next 1 hour sprint. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started on 60 minutes. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I finished doing as much as I could at the moment for the website for the AuthorTube Writing Conference. And then I moved on to getting out some messages and emails to people that I needed to do some other things with the website. And then I realized that that I got pinged in because I was on Discord sending some of these messages by the Faro, which is a fantasy romance community. They're having a discussion of ARC campaigns and whatnot. And so I was just reading through it and I was like, I'm pretty certain that there's a site that I'm using for my ARC campaign that is where all of my PDFs got downloaded from my books and they're all free on a website. And I've asked them to take it down and they're just ignoring me. So I've just kind of put that in there as any tips or tricks to combat some of this stuff. And I was just finishing up my message. And it looks like a few people have already responded. So yeah. Anyways, see how you guys did. Left off with talking about St. Louis or St. Louis. Different ways you could say it. Both are acceptable. And Mom Maggie came in. Hello, lovelies. Hello. Dale Turley. Gotta go. Mom needs help in the yard. Thanks to Sprints. Happy productivity, everyone. Oh, thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you got some writing in. Good morning, Rita. How's it going? She's saying hello. And anyone I missed. Weaver says was doing some writing in the garden. Sadly, my Wi-Fi extender wouldn't reach out there to follow the stream. I got most of the chapter done. It's a beautiful sunny day. Oh, no worries. I appreciate you being here, though. Right away, concentrate on your writing. Joanne was able to catch Dale Tillery. Thanks for hanging out with us. Have a great day. Weaver from Rita. Hey, Rita, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. I just had to do the paramed exam for my insurance stuff. Fun, LOL, but my blood pressure was 120/77. Woohoo. I think that's good anyways. I think so. I think it's 120/80 is good, like perfect or something, I think. Yeah, don't ask me. I think that's right. Mine's always high when I go to the doctor's office. It's the white lab coat syndrome thingy. So I guess it's something where like when you go see a doctor and your blood pressure is always high, but you don't actually have high blood pressure. It's just when you're there, it's the white lab coat syndrome or something like that, which I'm like, I don't ever feel anxious when I go to the doctor's office. I don't know why that's like that. And then it just hit me like probably a couple days ago. I think it might be because like I've had too many doctors over the years tell me things are just in my head or I don't know what I'm talking about. And I've always turned out right. Like I've had to have emergency surgeries because a doctor didn't take me seriously when I told him what I thought was going on with me. And he was like, no, it's not that, and then I had like 2 more surgeries for something else, but I was in a year of pain because doctors wouldn't believe me they just said it was in my head basically. And I finally found a doctor who would do exploratory surgery, saw all the massive stuff that was going on inside my body and had to have surgery with specialists in order to fix things. And and I guess maybe that might be what it is. Like I don't feel anxious when I go to doctors. I guess maybe it's just in the back of my head that doctors don't always know what they're talking about. So I don't know. Woohoo, file sent to the editor. Yay, it's done. Now I'm off to give my brain and eyeballs a break outside before going to my day job. Good luck. Have a great day. Thank you so much for hanging out. And I'm so glad that you got it off. But that's going to be exciting to get it back. Thanks, Weaver. Yes, I am. Thank you. It's starting off differently than I would have liked, but I'm okay with that. And I'm just learning to roll with things when they don't go my way. That's a good way to look at it. There's a lot of things that are not going my way recently. A lot. Hope your day is going well too. Love the writing in the garden. How beautiful. Kendra says, hello, friends. I'm kind of writing today, kind of piddling. I finished book 5 yesterday. Woo, congratulations for finishing book 5. Now I'm tinkering with notes and trying to make sure I like the intro to book 6. I have 2,000 so far. Nice. Already getting into the next book. Thanks for hanging out with us, Idri, says Joanne. And Rita, tackle hugs. How are you? Still working on some admin things for AWC. CJ says, almost halfway through a section of my thesis intro. Pretty good start for the day. Now to work on another section, as I've done all I can for this at this point. Yeah. Sometimes you have to just let it sit too and let it percolate a little bit so you can come back to it and see what you got to do. Making progress, detoured into capturing some of the world building. I love doing the world building. It's one of my favorite parts about writing fantasy is world building and getting all these different like stories that are happening and things that, the way things are set up and how it interacts with the people and how they interact with each other and with other cultures. And it's just so exciting to me. CJ says, Sarita, hope you're doing well. Hope you're well. Amazon delivery of new notebook. I am on the fence about downsizing to A5 from composition size. Huh. I wouldn't know. A composition to A5, smaller. I think all of mine are smaller books. Yeah, I don't think I use any really like big notebooks for taking notes and whatnot. Well, I do get super anxious with doctors and hospitals. I was told it's called white coat syndrome. Yeah. I do not like docs and hospitals at all. Yeah, that's what I have too. And I always have to remind them because you never know who you're going to get. Even if you have people that you've seen before, you just remind them it's going to be high. White. I always say white lab coat syndrome, but maybe it's white coat syndrome. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's like an official diagnosis. I don't know if anyone gets official diagnosis for it, but yeah. National Nothing's Going Our Way month. Yes. Yes. I mean, I've had good things happening. I can't complain about that. I don't like feeling like it doesn't matter how much I achieve and accomplish. There's always more and it's never ending. And I know that's part of being an author and having author life, but I'd rather that be with like writing the next book and finding an art team and getting visibility and doing marketing. I wish that's all it was, but I have lots of other stuff I do too for my platform. And it's just like, I have all this time I'm spending doing these other things when all I want to do is just write. And then you're just falling behind on deadlines because you have so much going on and not being able to find the right picture for a cover designer. And it should have been already to her. And yeah. And then the real life stuff, not that that's not real life, it is, but family life stuff with kiddo and IEP meetings and whatnot. Okay, I'm back, done prepping for brunch. Now to get back to revisions for Project Sugar and Spice. Joanne leaps from the back of a sofa with a glitter bomb and loads of lovies. And CJ, thanks so much. It's not an official thing, haha, but it's kind of a known thing, I guess. I guess that's what it must be. It must not be like a real diagnosis. Like it's not like something they put into a book that they can like find it and assign a code to it and put it on a patient's profile. Coughs up glitter. I would be too, probably. Waiting for my new Kindle. It's an older version to arrive. Agent Mayhem put is Giant Dane Roddy Paw. I don't know if I'm saying that right. In the middle of mine again, and now it's DEAD, dead. I'm so sorry. Sorry that's happening. I would be so upset to keep losing that. And it sure costs money too. So yes, I love that. Weaver from Rita. Anyone know how to get glitter out of your mouth? Good morning, everyone. Hello, Carla. How's it going? Oh no, Mom. I know. Anyone? I have a Kindle somewhere, but I don't use it. I just use my phone now. But my phone is cracked. So I'm feeling this so hard right now too. So many things behind what I want to do, etc. Yes. Do I even want to know how the glitter got in there? I think it was just saying hello. It's I forget what I was trying to say now. It's imagination glitter, but that's not what I wanted to say. I had it a second ago. I made it back. Hello, welcome back, DL. Weaver. My fault for laying on the bed while I got a cup of sleepy tea. Yeah, I know, but it still sucks. Probably not. I just got a call with my logo person. We're adopting my logo so I can have a brass plate made for embossing blank book covers as a bonus gift and merch appearances. Oh, wow. I have seen some of those and I thought they looked so cool. I thought that's a future thing I want to look into, which is probably a way in the future thing right now when I can't even get to the things I want to get to. But yeah, I've seen some of those. I think they're kind of cool. I need a new Kindle reader. I just read my phone. I want to know how it got there. It's gosh, I had it again there for a second. Now it's gone. Imagination glitter. I don't know. Adds it to the list. LOL. Looks away. Probably not. Welcome back, DL. It's a small Kindle, and even with the whole king size bed to step on and put his foot on a 6-inch by 7-inch spot. Yes, if it can happen, it will happen. That's the motto I live by when it comes to kids and animals. If it can happen, it will happen. That way, when you think, I'm going to put this down right here, maybe the dog or the cat or the kid might do this, but no, it's okay. It's so little, they're not going to do it. Or, that's way out of their way. There's no way they're going to hit this or they're going to knock this over or whatever. And I'm like, wait, if it can happen, it will happen. and then I change what I'm doing, and I've saved a lot of heartache and money on things since I've started living by that motto when it comes to kids and animals. So I keep thinking of Seuss and Gravity Falls when Mabel hits him with the tack glitter, and he's like, it's so pretty and so painful. I just have a list of, I'll get to it, things at this point. Gosh, I did start a list like that, CJ, but it's just like, I can't keep up with it. I mean, it demoralizes me looking at that list. Like if I was just to think about the author stuff, I had 3 emails in my inbox to sign up for promotions I should go sign up for through Drafted Digital. I probably have missed the deadline on 1 or 2 of those already because that came in through the weekend, and they have short deadlines usually. Then I want to get into Book Award Pro, and I want to get a curio shop going, and I want to build onto my website an NPC game. And I mean, it's just like so many things I want to do just from the author side. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't have time for any of this stuff. What was I also thinking? Oh, I need to start putting together my street team and art team for my book that's on Kickstarter, because when that's done, I'm going to do that. But yeah, you missed Rita glitter bombing me. Send assistance. DM, and I'll tell you how that works. I work at a fancy notebook store. Well, I've seen where you can order a customized one on like Amazon now. If I'm thinking of the same thing, where it does the embossing, it's like a stamp, but like it takes a paper in between. You put the paper, the title page in between, and you clamp it, and it embosses the logo on there. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. And now they have it where you can do it as a, you can set it up whatever you want it to be. So some of them are like, they are as is, and you can buy them on Amazon. And some of them is you can ask for a certain one, I think. Costs a lot of money, though. I'm a glitter factory up here. You're welcome, everyone. It's very painful. Oh, Rita. I have an old Paperwhite. If you're really stuck, DM me. Boy, Carla, you're telling everyone to DM you. You're going to get lots of DMs. You're going to be very popular for the day. I have a bunch of those around here somewhere. Carla, thanks, but I already ordered a refurbished one, so it will be fine. It'll arrive today. Then I'll start the long process of downloading the nearly 400 books I haven't read yet. That's a long list. I don't know how long mine is, but I do have a lot. It's a never-ending author list, wish list. Yes, right? And then the other side, that's a TBR. This is a hot foil embossing. Oh, on the cover, and lasts longer than the UV ones. They do now. Oh, okay. So that is a little bit different than what I'm thinking. Oh, that is really cool. Where do you want me to DM you? I don't say Instagram, please. Please. I already have like so many messages over there that I can't keep up with it. Are you on Discord by any chance? That one I'm kind of keeping up with a little bit better. So I was just looking over at Discord. Sidetracked. Mr. Vlandis, Ben, how are you doing? How's it going? I hope all is going well for you and your writing. I know I see your videos that you put up every now and then of what you're doing next. It's been, a week from your last one? And I can't remember it. I have a terrible memory. I'm laughing with Joanne. Pop some good music on. It'll go a bit easier. 100%. You have my Discord. I do have your Discord. I do. I don't remember it. Did I have your Discord? I don't remember it. Is it Carla? I don't want to click off. I'm in Discord right now, but I don't want to click off of it because I don't want to lose this where I'm at. Why is it telling me to log in again? Doing another. Okay. In the chat about the arcs and the. Oh. Carla. Is that Carla? I'm not seeing it. But I have a lot of people on here. Oh, maybe I need to search. Carla. Nope. I'm not pulling you up with Carla. You must be something else. Oh, wrong button. Here we go. Only 400 books. Stares at a huge TBR list. Pika Girl. Oh, okay. Pika Girl. Pika Girl. Why is it not coming up? It's not coming up. Maybe I'm not searching correctly. Are we not friends? Maybe that's what, maybe it only pulls up people you're friends with. Wait, add a friend. Pika Girl. Your friend request was sent to Pika Girl. Hopefully that's exactly what it is, because it might have gone to the wrong person. It's all lowercase, one word, Pika Girl. It would have gone to some people like, who is this person trying to be friends with me? Carla, that sounds so cool. Carla Gwentworth, you're so sweet. If I pass out, just know that it's Rita's fault. Coughs out glitter again. Sorry, I had to find the tab. I just sent a request to somebody else then. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let me go. Where's it at? Pika Girl. I can't, it won't let me copy and paste from StreamYard till I go to the YouTube tab. Can I like resend? Can I resend a request? Yes, I can. Okay, I just resended the request to Pika Girl. Send friend request. Okay. I think I just sent it to you. Glitter is there forever. Yes, you find it forever. I got it. I know who to blame. Chorizo and eggs almost done. Be back later. I don't know if I'm saying, I'm probably not saying that right. And I feel like I'm not saying that right. I just had that though. My husband made some. It was pretty good. Oh my gosh. No, I don't want to take you out. To Joanne, helped us off the glitter. Death by glitter bomb. You're like Pinkie Pie with confetti cannon. Makes note, less glitter, my glitter love bombs. All right, so we got through the comments. We're gonna head into another hour-long sprint. For anybody who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll do another 60 minutes on the clock once I find the right tab. Got it. Gonna do it? All right, 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you do? Made really good progress. When I started this morning, I was working on trying to finish updating the website, the AuthorTube Writing Conference website, for our full live stream, full reveal of the schedule for the live stream coming this Thursday. And then on top of that, I had 6 other things I needed to do. And I had added a 7th thing. On top of that, that was all AWC stuff in conjunction with the website and or the reveal of the schedule this coming Thursday. And I've gotten all done except for 2 more things, which really I think I can combine those last 2 things in a way, sort of. Like I don't actually need to do one of those things because I'm going to talk about it in the other email. So it's just an email. I wanted to send out an email letting everyone know about the live stream, which is what I do every year. All the speakers, I send out an email, say, hey, now we're going to do the full schedule, the full lineup schedule for the reveal. And then the next thing I wanted to do was send out emails for the other appearances, which I'm still trying to figure those out. I have the full list of people who said, yes, I want to appear at these other things that are happening during the conference, but we have a ton of people this year. So in years past, we've been lucky if we've had enough people sign up. Not always. Last year, we actually had quite a few people, but the year before, we didn't have enough people sign up. Like we just had a few people who signed up for like the happy hours and the closing session. And so it wasn't hard to like everybody who said yes, we just gave them the spot to come on and be part of the other appearance because it was easy. We didn't have too many people, but now we have too many people. And StreamYard only allows like 10 people on screen at a time. But honestly, it's very hard to have a conversation that can highlight anybody and allow for open conversation when you have 10 people on the screen. So we try to limit it. And so I have to go through and I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do it because we have a lot of people who said yes. And I had kind of made the rule for myself last year. It's like, okay, if people say yes to any of the other appearances, I will try to give all of them at least one appearance that they said yes to. But even with doing that, and then that, of course, that limited how many people were appearing on screen because if I gave them just one yes, I could choose the session for them to come on that had the fewest amount of people or whatever. But this year that didn't work. When I was trying to go through and say, okay, if I give this group a yes and this group over here yes, I still have too many people in the time slot. I have more than 10 people, which we can only have 10 people on screen, and 10 people is already too many, and we have more than 10. So I need to figure out what I'm going to do. But what I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to send out one email stating, hey, this live stream is coming up. And the other thing that's in the back of my head is like, I'm sending all these emails. I have a lot of emails to send. People are going to get tired of me sending emails. So that I'm going to send this one email that talks about the live stream coming up, give them the link, and then let them know what's upcoming. An email for the other appearances, if they said yes to any of them, an email that will include the speaker packet, which will give them further guidance and resources for putting their videos together. Email, I think there was email for something else. But anyways, I was thinking about all these other emails I have to send out. So I'll just basically give them a list of the emails that are coming so that they're aware that they're going to be getting multiple emails. So I'm kind of hitting 2 birds with one stone, and I can worry about doing other appearances in another week and not doing those emails today because I'll let them know it's coming. So yeah, there we go. All right, let's go get caught up with you guys. Left off here, the whole glitter bomb thing. Carla says, one of my students used to say, Miss Haler, you don't like Pinkie Pie. You are Pinkie Pie. I don't even know what that is. I think that has something to do with what you were talking about earlier with the confetti canyon and cannon, something else. Canyon. Yeah, let's cannon in the canyon. There we go. I think you guys mentioned what it was before that, but I've never seen any of those things before. She wasn't entirely wrong. Yes, maybe cupcakes would be better. At least they'd be somewhat soft. So my students used to say that I should be one of those speakers for the ad commercials that you hear like car ads where I'm like, and get your bonus now. If you sign up right now, you'll get this. And because I talk really fast. And so they would like, you talk so fast. And you're like, you should be one of those people. I used to laugh. But anyways, there you go. Yeah, maybe cupcakes would be better. At least they'd be somewhat soft and yummy. You could eat them. Probably wouldn't be good for the eyes, so just like the glitter. Oh, that's funny. That's great. And edible. Yeah, see, that's what I said. And you can eat them. Good thing. Good minds here. Great minds. However that saying goes. Yes, better option. Also, this mockingbird keeps coming to my family's patio, and it's so cute. I bet it is. Still here. Got coffee. We'll make tea. Oh, I need some more coffee. Y'all, I've been up. Well, I wait. That's not the right coffee cup. I have too many coffee cups. have too many. I just have 2 coffee cups, but it's still too many coffee cups. I usually get up early, go to the gym, but I text my gym trainer last night. I was like, I have deadlines I have to meet, so much I have to do. I'm going to skip gym. And he was like, anything I can do to help? I said, help me learn to say no. Yeah, that was actually the true conversation we had. I don't think he responded to that, but so I've been up early working on this stuff, trying to get everything done, and I'm making progress. I'm happy. Not happy I'm not writing, but I'm happy I'm making progress. Then I start making another list of other things I have to do, Kickstarter stuff, and something else I have to do that I really can't say no to, but I have to do. And I'm like, okay. There was a time when I was in a bed and breakfast. The host asked if I wanted tea or coffee. I said both. Then they asked again, and I said tea. I was so young, I should have said both again. Yeah, I would have. I'd be like, did you not hear me the first time? I said both. I wouldn't say that. That's what I'd be thinking in my head, though. I'm really snarky in my head. I don't often say what I'm thinking if it's snarky, because I know that comes off as pretty rude most of the time. I used to say those things, but now I just think in my head, I was like, did you not hear me the first time? I said both. Oh, and just being older and realizing that as you get older and other people are older, that they hear better or they hear less well than they did before. So they might not have actually heard you, and things like that. Okay, so anyone gets any funny ideas, have tea then coffee or coffee then tea, not tea and coffee in the same cup. Oh, that would be funny though. Tea and coffee in the cup. There's lots of caffeine. Andy wants a cup of coffee tea. Yes. I love that coffee tea. Hey, Shanon chat. Hey, Paula, how's it going? Are you sprinting today? I don't know if you're still here. Anyone feel free to drop any links to anybody who's sprinting. Hey, everyone, joining in with my coffee. Coffee doesn't sound like a bad idea, though. No, it doesn't. I want to go get some more. This next chapter is too long, so I think I'm going to split it into 2. I just did that. Well, I say I just, but I haven't worked on my book since Friday. But I took one of my longer chapters and I split it, and I gave it to my Omega readers. And one's already read it, and she left a note and said, I do like this better split. I was like, yay, I made a good choice. Sometimes it happens. I used to love writing long chapters, but have now converted and feel shorter ones are better. I get antsy. If my chapters get long, I start getting antsy, like, this is too long, this is too long, this is too long. Like, I have to break this up. Yeah, so I don't know. And there are some chapters I'll read through it. I'm like, I can't figure out how to break this up and make it work. So it's just going to be a long chapter, and I just have to let it go. So it's a song. I can't sing, but let it go. Yeah. It still hangs out. I know the exact chapter in A Curse of Scales and Feathers that is way long. It's like really longer than all the other chapters, and I can still remember it. I remember going through it, trying to figure out a way to break it, and I still don't know how I could break it up. And there's 2 of those in the last book. So many emails. Finish the AWC announcements. Woohoo. Well, if you're in the AWC email, you've just seen all the emails I just sent. Ooh. Yay, I got a response already. And from a person I didn't think I was going to get a response from. Awesome sauce. Hey, this is how ChatGPT worked for me. Okay. So I have a couple of special guest speakers who hadn't filled out the agreement. The agreement is nothing more than like, for those of you who are speakers or guest speakers, it's the exact same agreement. It's like, I know that this is my time slot. I will be there. I know that my time slot is for this long. I know I should do a Q&A. I know to use the AWC logo on my thumbnail. It's just, and all you're doing is say agree. And at the very end, you just type your name. So that's what the agreement is. And what the agreement basically signifies to us is that we're all on the same page, right? We all know what we're supposed to be doing. And that for sure, we know that you're going to be there, because it would be kind of, hard if someone didn't show up for, we haven't had that happen yet. Don't let me jinx myself. Usually if someone's not showing up to do their presentation, they tell us why they're not showing up. We just haven't had anyone not just show up. So, but 2 of our special guest speakers had not signed the agreements, and not gone through the agreement yet. And I wasn't trying to be a pain about it, because, they're our special guest speakers for a reason. They've got pretty busy lives. And I did ask if they could do it by the end of January. We're talking 3 months ago now. And I never did get back with those two special guest speakers. So I asked ChatGPT, how can I word this? Because it's my fault for waiting so long. But I really, 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 really need to know that they know what they're doing and that we can trust that they're going to show up. And so it helped me figure out the exact wording because I did type it up and I put that in there and it helped me rearrange my words and make it sound good. So yeah, I'm glad. One of them just responded, which is awesome. There's in my place. I have too many tabs open. I'm surprised my computer is not shutting down because there's way more tabs than I had open last week and it kept shutting down on me. Oh wait, did I read the rest of that one? Just need to hop on the socials, but I'll probably work on those tomorrow morning. It's a tomorrow thing. It's a tomorrow Devin problem. Editing the first act of the Cat Shifter book now that I have 5 bear shifters live. Or live. Live. I think it's live. I can't wait to get to the Cat Shifter one. I still haven't got to your books yet. I got the one. It's sitting there. I'm a mood reader. Wait, is yours contemporary? It's probably contemporary times. That's probably why I haven't picked it up yet. Or, I mean, I have it, but I haven't read it. Because I have to like be in the mood to read something contemporary. Well, I have to be in the mood for anything I'm reading. But yeah. I'm actually just moved into a dark romance contemporary mood. But I'm falling out of it again because I'm like, I've been only in it for like 3 days. I read really fast and I just read at night. But I'm like, okay, I'm kind of done with this already. Let me move on to something. So maybe I'll fall into a contemporary shifter romance next. Drafting another part of my intro that I had in mind for a while. So getting down on the page pretty smoothly. Next, have to update trackers to assess what I have left to write. Oh, that's cool that you have a tracker. I didn't have a tracker when I did mine, but that was probably pretty helpful. Oh, you sent a message on Discord, Facepalm. I did? Well, I don't remember it, so don't worry about it. Oh, wait, is that the one I sent to both you and Kaufman? I did. Oh, yes. Words on Stream. Yeah, so Words on Stream is an unscrambling words game, but it interacts with the chat. So like it'll give you like the letters and you have to unscramble them. And the chat can put the word into the chat box and it will show up on the screen with their name. And so it's interactive with the chat. It's lots of fun. And it does get harder as it goes. Like it'll give you a whole bunch of letters, but it'll tell you one of those letters are actually false, which means that it's not actually in any of the words. And it's a really fun game. Games are fun. I'm always down for games. I believe Words is like a crossword type game with people. Alternative, if we need to fill time, want to do something longer or more interactive, I can always run the Jeopardy game. I have thought about the Jeopardy game as well, but it's not as interactive as like the Words on Stream. By the way, I was just reading not what Devin wrote, but so Kaufman may not even be here to hear what I'm saying. But I think Words on Stream would be better because it's a lot more interactive. Like everybody can take part in it. Thank you for hosting. Well, thank you for being here. I'm not done yet, but for anybody who's still here, you're welcome to stick around. But if you have to leave out, thank you so much for being here. I'm back, finished eating brunch and sent a cat video to my mom. But that was cool. I like cat videos. My brain won't come along into the work week, so YouTube binging it is, LOL. Thanks for a lovely stream. Well, thank you for being here. I'm still going to be here for anybody who's still going to be around. LOL, same. Thanks for the space. I need to scoot. Thank you so much for being here, Paige. And that was like 8 minutes ago, so she might have scooted already. But thank you so much for being here. You can never have too many coffee cups. Yeah, except for if one's got candy wrappers in it, which one of them does. So, because I have some dark chocolate sitting here at my desk, and I was eating them last night. One time, I was grumpy, and my trainer started doing the exercise and said, if you're not going to do it, I might as well get my workout in. A lesson learned. Oh, that's funny. I don't know if my trainer would ever think about that. I got to tell him that story. Also got a sentence or 2 written for Project Sugar and Spice. You made some progress. Nice. Yes, I'll be starting in an hour. Awesome. You can drop the link if you're still here. Publish. I'm in my water era for the day, says Carla to Andy. Thanks for the stream. Well, thank you for being here. I'm still going, though, in case if you're still here. ChatGPT has been a game changer in making my blogs posts SEO friendly. I bet that would work. I don't do any blogs, but I bet it is really helpful with that. Yes, I have finally started utilizing ChatGPT when I need help on stuff too. Total game changer and sometimes time saver. Yeah, probably time saver for me too today, because I probably would have been sitting there rewriting that email, trying to figure out the best way to do it, the best way to have my word choices and the order of things and whatnot. And when it did like when it first reorganized my email, I thought of something else and I was like, well, what about this? Should I include this? And it said, yeah, you should include this. And I'm like, okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and include this then. So yeah, it was really helpful with that. They're contemporary small-town paranormal bear shifters, not as niche as werewolf hockey players, but close. I'd prefer a paranormal bear shifter to a werewolf hockey player. Just hockey does not interest me. Sports do not interest me in any way. I think it's boring. But I don't think you necessarily always have the... I think I did read a hockey book once or twice, romance book. And I don't think the hockey was that big of a part of the story, other than it was just a hockey player. But yeah. Not toilet paper. Wonder where the toilet paper met. Hello, Laura. I was thinking the same thing. I use the tracker as a motivating thing. Seeing how much I have done makes me feel good and also lets me see where I'm putting my time and energy. Smart. Very smart. I guess, I don't know. I'm tracking what I'm doing today only because I feel like I have too much I was doing and I couldn't keep track of it all. And that's why I finally start writing it down. And it makes sense because they say we can hold up to about 7 things in our head at one time. That's why phone numbers are 7 digits long. And I had 6 things I needed to do for the Off the Tube Writing Conference when I started the day. It turned into 7. And then I had 2 other things written down here for other stuff. And actually those 2 other things, one of those 2 things has three parts to it. So yeah. Oh, I don't know why I thought you were done. I'm not going anywhere. That's all right. Monday's my long day. I typically go to roughly 2 p.m. my time, Central, which is about 2 more hours. So depending on how much longer we spend, or I spend talking, we're probably going to get 1 to 2 more sprints in. I want to get 2 more if I can. We play trivia in between sprints. We got to reward ourselves somehow. Yes, I love that. Is there one that's interactive with the chat? I know that Vanessa, she does the words on stream. Which is the first time I've actually seen a booktuber do it. I've seen lots of author tubers do it in the past. It was back when the world, the Storytellers Hearth Write-a-thon. It was back when they were the worldwide Write-a-thon. A couple years ago, they used to do the words on stream, if I remember right, during like the socials, which they don't do socials anymore. They've changed a lot, but change with the times. Oh, good. You're still going. I stepped away, saw a screen, and thought you were done. No, nothing. I'm staying. DL says, still here, just working, making sure you get all the time. Oh, I appreciate that, DL. I mean, if you've got to step away, you got to step away. I just love hanging out with all of you guys. And even though I'm not writing, that's okay. Time to do some stream hopping. See y'all Wednesday. See you later. Please drop any links that you might have. I'm sure everybody would like to stream hop. I've uploaded everything I need to do and a few things I want to do for quarter 2. It spit out a monthly suggestion schedule, life-changing. This quarter is so busy. Oh, that's really cool. I know I put, I was just telling my gym trainer this actually, because he put some things into ChatGPT now. He'll say, okay, this is the calorie count, whatever. I don't remember everything he says now because I already have a bad memory. But I have the Fated Adventure Story Mail, which is taking place in an academy, and it's taking place in the year 1004. But the academy has been around for like, I think 400 or 500 years at this point. And there are 8 different types of fae, and that live in this town. And then there's also different creatures as well from the different seasons and elemental magics. And I know what wars have happened. I know what has been going on. I know what's going on at the exact moment that the Fated Adventure Story Mail is going on. I know what's going on in the war or out in the world because this town is kind of magically protected from all the wars. And so I put it into ChatGPT. I was like, okay, if this town was founded with this person and this many people, and here are the different fae and groups that they belong to. And then 10 years later, she founds and it wasn't 10 years, but I don't remember what the number was. And she founds the academy. And here all the wars are happening. Here's how the population might grow based off of the wars. So like, for instance, spoiler, the summer fae, which are the fire and sun fae, they actually have a curse on them, but they don't know it's a curse. All they know is that their population birth rate has declined. So their population is declining, and it's been declining for a long time. And so they're losing, like their population is dwindling. The curse came from the moon fae whom they wiped out. So there's no more moon fae left. But the moon fae could do curses. So they put a curse on them. But they don't know it. So the population has been declining. So with population decline for the summer fae, with the moon fae finally being killed out, which there's still some moon fae at the time of the academy, but there's very few left. And then the water fae, which is the other part of the winter fae that the summer fae were going after, they've gone into hiding, but there's more of them there. A lot of them have been decimated. But all of this has allowed like some of the other fae to grow in population. So I put all this information that I have into ChatGPT, and I was like, okay, in the year 1004, how many students would there be? And what would be the breakdown between the seasons? And it spit it all out to me, and it did it year by year by year. And it was really cool. I thought, oh, wow, this would have took me a long time to figure out all these calculations. And I don't even know if I would have done the calculations right because I'm an English person, not a math person. So, but yeah. I like trackers. I don't like trackers. I keep tracking, then I'm overwhelmed to keep. Rita, same. I have this little like notepad where it has like a checkoff list. You add in things to the checkoff list and it has a little box where you check off. And sometimes I use it. I love it. And other times like, oh my God, I hate this thing. And I lose it for a while, and I lose it on purpose because I don't want to see it. I get that. I'm trying to get better at it because it helps keep me accountable to myself. I think it's a great idea to, especially when you're working on a project like what you're working on. It's very important. I track my writing. I do the same thing with my writing. So I'll send you a pic of my paper tracker. Oh, picture of my paper tracker to Rita from Devon. Oh, I love that, CJ. I have a tracker for my house stuff, so I don't forget to do things. And the office trackers and up in piles with stickers and naturally glitter bomb. Yay. It's Jackbox games. Oh, okay. Thank you. And did you drop your link yet for your stream coming up? Or anybody want to drop the link for Paula? Oh, I remember the Jackbox games. Those are so fun. I'll have to look it up after the stream is over because I think I have way too many tabs open and my computer kept crashing on me last week. That would be me too. I end up having to switch to the Track Bear website, and when I open it, I feel called out. So that's motivating. But that's motivating. See, it wouldn't demotivate me if it called me out. Like, yes, I'm terrible. Let's stop going there because you give me bad vibes. Shannon, when I do that on the notepad, I run out of space because it keeps getting longer and longer. So you're supposed to do it by day. And you do it by day and you get rid of it and you start over again the next day. But yeah, no, I used to carry over the things from the day before and it kept getting too long. And that's usually when I lose it. I think I will implement your it disappeared strategy. Rita sent a Discord from Devin. Alrighty, let's go ahead and head into another sprint. Before we get back, Paula will be starting on her sprints. I'm sorry, I don't know if it is her. I don't know what the pronouns are, so sorry if I misspoke, but Paula will be starting on their sprints and on the next hour, so look out for that. There are spreadsheets down below for booktubers and author tubers with lots of booktubers and author tubers if you want to find other people to stream hop with. So, all right, let's get the next one going. If I can find the right, there we go. Thank you everyone for coming who leaves out, and for everyone else on the other side of 60 minutes in 2, 1, and go back. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I actually did get responses back from the 2 special guest speakers. One's good to go. The other one withdrew from the conference because something came up. So I have a feeling, I wonder if that other guest speaker kind of knew back in January, which would have been helpful for us to know back then, if they weren't going to be able to speak, so that we could try to find someone to replace them. I don't know if we'll be able to find someone to replace them at this point, but ran some ideas by the AWC team for what we could do with that open spot. And yeah, and then I just have this one more email that I need to send out. I pretty much got it put together. I was just going back through it again to look at word choices and whatnot, so we can, so I can make sure this sounds right. Yeah, and then I'm clear. And then I'm going to send this out to all of our speakers that we have so far for the conference. Just to give them links and whatnot and what's coming up in future emails. Yeah. See how you guys did. Oh, and I did get another cup of coffee and pet the kitty for a while. So left off here with sent to Discord chat, which I saw the chat on that between us. I'll be stepping out. Not sure if I'll make it back on time. No worries. I used she, her, you're good. Oh, okay, awesome. I was worried because I hadn't taken note of that. So I was hoping I didn't misspeak, but yeah. Looking now, Devin, and I did get there to look at the stuff a little bit earlier ago. Leaving up for runtime. Nice. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Additionally, hello, everyone. I'll be drafting a fight scene where my main female character and main character start seeming like a team as they take on a mid-sized baddie. Yeah, that's is this the romance pairing, or are they like friends? Is like a friend pairing? I know I had a reader left me a comment. Was it a beta reader? I think it was a beta reader. Yeah, she was a beta reader. Left me a comment on my book that just came out in the Kickstarter. It was just a comment about what they like in reading. So it was nothing really particularly, I think, about my book, but mentioned how they like it when the romance couple finally like team up and start working together to work against whatever the big baddie is, or whatever the baddie is. So, yeah. And that made me think about it, because I was like, I don't really think I have that in any of my books yet. I mean, sort of in the Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince. I mean, the Hybrid Prince goes with her to go to the Sea Witch, but only because he kind of has to, but he wants to. And she kind of kidnaps him, but she really probably couldn't kidnap him if he didn't really want to go. And then he ends up enjoying the adventure. And that's the reason why he wants to go, because he's never been allowed to have an adventure. And so he loves the adventure of flying with the dragon first, and then swimming with mermaids, and then going to see the Sea Witch. And they kind of stand together by the end. And that's like really the only one I have. I don't think I really have anything else. But yeah, I don't. Because in my first one, A Curse of Scales and Feathers, I mean, they kind of work together a little bit to get rid of an injustice in the kingdom, but that's not really the big bad. By the time they start facing off against the big bad, they've been separated. And she's like facing her battle and he's facing his battle, and then it comes together at the end. And yeah. And then the second book, yeah, they're pretty much against odds. By the time the adventure part of the story kicks in, they're against each other for a while. Not literally like enemies to lovers, that kind of thing, but just they have different mindsets and goals about what they're trying to do. My third book is literally, I kept saying it was literally enemies to lovers, because he's a nice dragon, she's a fire fae, but it's even more than that. What did I come up with? Oh yeah, they both belong to secret orders, and their secret orders are enemies of each other. So it's like they're literally on the opposite sides of each other, and they do kind of fight. And they actually have a literal fight. It's one of my favorite scenes that I've written so far, where they have an actual fight scene, and they both get to show off their skills and talents as trained agents for these secret orders. But she realizes she's not going to win. And then she gets out of the situation, and she realizes she's not going to get the information she wants out of him, and she's not going to win. So she just extricates herself out of the fight. And she's really not really a winner. I mean, she gets the last hit in, I guess, but he doesn't really try to hit her because I think it would be too much. I don't know. He just blocks everything. So, and she realizes he's blocking. Not only that, he has magic. He hasn't used it yet, and she's like, he's just toying with me. But it was one of my favorite scenes to write. But I haven't got there yet in my story. But they end up underground together, and that's where they're heading. But they have their specific goals. But they end up having to work together to survive underground. It's kind of like an Indiana Jones, kind of like with booby traps everywhere, that kind of stuff underground, because it's the dwarven tunnels, and so they have to work together. And so this is gonna be my first one where my love interests are actually working together to counteract, and they need it. They kind of really, really need it, because by the end of the book, she's going to represent like everything that all of the winter creatures want to destroy because of what happens during the book. And it's something that she takes on. And she kind of takes it on because of him, even though he's a winter creature and he would be actually against it, but he does it to save her life. And now he has to stand with her. And so there's them two standing against everybody else when it comes to the rest of the series. So I kind of had to have them working together. So yeah. Anyways, stop for lunch. I could talk forever. Watching though, I appreciate it. Gwen says, kiddo got me dozing off in the second sprint, and then we were up and going for the day by the third. Lots of housework done in the last hour. Here's to hoping this one I can write again. Yay. Hopefully we can get you there. I will do one more sprint, and then we'll call it a day. And hey, don't forget to put the like button. I appreciate that, Emma. Thank you so much. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Yeah, it's been great. Even though I'm like, all these things are going against the plan. And then just to pile on losing a special guest speaker from the conference against the plan. I hate when it happens. I mean, it's hard enough losing someone from the conference, but then losing a special guest speaker because they're the only one in their time slot, and now you got this huge gaping hole in the middle of the slot in the middle of the conference. Because they don't ever choose like the first time slot or the last time slot of the day, and I let them choose which time slot they want. So it's right in the middle of the day, and I can cover it down by putting other moving people around, whoever would be able to move. But our special guest speakers typically, not always, but typically have a large audience that they're bringing with them, and hers is a pretty sizable audience. So now we're fewer audience members or fewer subscribers coming to the conference, which is like a bummer for like everybody else is there. And for the future of the conference as well, it's kind of like a health meter. So hi, Emma from DL. Hi, DL. Congratulations on your release. Yay. Jocelyn says hi to Emma. Morgan, hello. I said hi at 8, but then I disappeared. So I'm saying hi again. LOL. Well, hello again. Honestly, I thought I saw you, but you know what? My memory is not so great that I would be like, yeah, I saw her, but that could have been last Monday. That could have been Thursday. That could have been yesterday because I had a live stream yesterday, but it wasn't a writing live stream, but it was yesterday. Thank you, says DL to Emma. 240 words between playing with the... Oh, so you did get some words in. Awesome. And doing laundry. Good afternoon, Green World. How's it going? Are you working on anything? It's for the fantasy romance, so two opposites coming together despite original reluctance. Yeah, so that's pretty awesome that they'll be able to like work together to fight against the antagonist. Even though it's a middle, you said it's a middle, like mid-grade baddie. I think that's what you said. When these two characters meet, the MC was doing quite a bit of blocking. It's kind of a thing. Must be, right? Thank God you're doing another sprint. It feels like the kiddo's head kept me from doing anything today. Stepping away. Bye, Jocelyn. Thank you so much for being here. All right, got to the end of the comments. Let me not talk to you anymore so we can get on to the last sprint. 60 minutes on the clock. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And find the right tab. This is not the tab I need. There you go. I found it. And for everyone else, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I finished up my AWC task, at least for the day, what I could get done. Waiting on a couple more responses from people. And then I moved into Kickstarter stuff. So I have a few things I need to catch up on with Kickstarter, like 3 different tasks here I have written down for myself. And yeah, so I think it's going to be Kickstarter stuff for the rest of the day. Not that there's much more time left. I've got about 2 hours left before Dale will be doing his live stream. It's going a little bit early tonight because he is doing it's a live stream or live somewhere. I don't know where it's at. But it's a live at 7 p.m. Eastern with Alexa Big Wharf, Craig Martell, Julie Broad, and Teddy Smith. The only one I don't know who that is Teddy Smith. And it looks like he's the one that's producing it. So yeah, they're going to be sharing insider book launch tips. There is a subscribe link if you guys want to attend. It's free. If anyone is interested in, let me know. I'll drop the link in the chat. I don't think there's not too many people left here. Well, I guess there are a few viewers, but there's not many comments. So I don't know if anyone's still interacting. But I guess it's just information. It's basically stuff to just tips for book launching from people in the business. So Julie Broad, she's nonfiction. So hers will come from a nonfiction background. Of course, Dale's is nonfiction. He'll come from a nonfiction background. Craig Martell is fiction. And he is the one that came up with the idea of 20 books to 50K, if you didn't know. He was part of the 20 books to 50K conference, although it wasn't him who decided to do it. Who was the other guy that did it with him? It was the other guy who's like, this is a great idea. We should do a conference. He was like, if you do the conference, I'll show up. That's exactly what he said in his like keynote speech at the 20 books to 50K conferences. So, but he came up with the 20 books to 50K concept. And then Alexa Big Wharf actually owns a company, and she's also a fiction author, but she owns a company that works with authors to launch their books. So they all have some pretty good background as far as launching books in fiction and nonfiction. I think her company, I don't remember the company name, but I don't know if this is the company name or if this was the name of a product in her company, but it was book launch in a box or something like that. So like, you know, like you have a lunch box, but this is a book launch, book launch in a box. Book launch in a box. If I can say that 10 times fast. But yeah. Michael Anderley. Yes. Thank you, Adeshali. I couldn't remember the guy's name. I was like, I remember what part Craig Martell. And you know what's funny? Like, wait a second. I think I have that backwards. I think it's Michael Anderley who came up with the idea and Craig Martell who said, let's do the conference. Yes. I think I have that backwards. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So it was Michael Anderley's idea. And Craig Martell said, this is a great idea. We should do a conference. Am I saying that right? I think I am. Maybe not. Maybe I'm having it backwards still. I don't know. One of them came up with the idea for 20 books to 50K and started the Facebook group. The other one was part of the Facebook group from the very beginning. They became friends. And the one who did not come up with the idea said, let's do a conference. And the other guy said, if you do a conference, you put it together, I'll be there. And that guy is the one who gave the keynote speech, basically, and said all that. And now I can't remember which one's which. It was, well, when I went to 20 books 50K, that was 2022, 2023. Who knows? Me and my memory, I can't remember. Anyways, but yeah, if anyone's interested in that, I could drop the link. If you are in Dale's Discord, you might have seen it because he tagged everyone. So he's doing his he does a live stream every Monday nights at podcasts. Basically talks about something going on in the publishing industry, takes a minute to talk to all of us, and then launches into the latest news in the self-publishing world, which is where I keep up to date with most of the stuff that's going on. But so that one's going earlier so that he can do this live at 7 p.m. Again, I don't know where this is at. I don't know if it's a Zoom, if it's going to be on Zoom or what, because it doesn't have it here. It just has a link to sign up, which is a subscribe page through it looks like through MailerLite, the one that I use. And did I get an email confirming me? I did not get an email. Did I? I got another email from him saying that it's going on tonight. Oh, it's going to be on YouTube. His email that he sent me is from YouTube. Well, I think. It looks like it's a YouTube link. Yeah. Anyways, if you want the link, let me know. I'll drop it in the chat. Let's get back to the comments. So I left off here at Jocelyn stepping away. Additionally, says kind of his thing. He has a barrier and healing. He has barrier and healing magic. So he was protecting her then. Heading out for a meeting. Thanks for sprints. Thanks so much, CJ, for being here. And I missed you. Rita got distracted. Also had to run to P.O. Box. I'm adding letters here because I can't see it very well. I'm sitting way back in my chair because I'm like just slouching. I shouldn't be slouching. I should be sitting up, but you know what? It is what it is right now. LOL, I'm back again. Now, although lunch sounds good. Gwyneth has got some research done for the husband, but no more writing. Sigh. Perhaps later today. Thanks for the sprints and friends. Oh yeah, another thing that's going on, which I'm going to miss because now I'm going to go to this thing with Dale. I was hoping to go to it. Is that Nia is doing the next episode with Brandon Sanderson. Basically, you have to watch the lecture ahead of time, but they're going through Brandon Sanderson's lectures one at a time. They've done one already every 2 weeks on Monday night at 6 p.m. my time, I believe, which is the same time as Dale's thing is going to be happening. So yeah, very interesting stuff, and I'm gonna miss it. Thank you for sprints. Got to run. See you tonight at Dale's Live. It's your week. It is my week. I don't know if I caught you in time because I was like, yay, it's my week. But he's going earlier today, so I don't know. She might still be working by then. I don't know. You're still here. That was the last sprint, wasn't it? It was the last sprint. You got it. Hey, how are you doing, JC? How's it going? Rachel joined a bit late, but managed to get 394 words. Nice. Rachel, I think you might, are you new to me? I think you're new to me because I don't recognize, I mean, unless you are someone I know and you changed your image, because there's a lot of Rachels. But I think you're new to me. So if you're new to me, welcome to the channel. If you've been here before, welcome back. And that was the last sprint. But nice for getting words. I'm unfortunately not able to get words, at least not in this week. Probably not this week. I am the founder and conference chair of a writing conference, and we are doing our live stream on Thursday to reveal the full lineup and announcement for our 4th annual conference this Thursday. So I'm looking forward to that. So I'm just doing last minute things for that. And then still, I just finished a Kickstarter, so I'm still doing that. And I also have a editing project I have to finish up for someone that I trade in kind with. She edits my stuff and I edit her stuff. We both graduated from college with our masters in writing together, although she self-published before me, many years before me, and kept pushing me to go self-publish. And I was teaching college English and literature. So, but yeah, I have her book I have to finish up and get to her. And then I have my annual paperwork I have to file with the state for my business, for my author business. And it's due by May 1st, or I get slapped with a fine. So I have to get that done. I don't think I'm getting words this week. Edited half a chapter. I joined halfway through. I'm glad you got some stuff done. I would love the link. Oh, okay. Let me go grab it. So totally free to attend. This is called Ready, Set, Launch is the name of it, which is in the graphic, but not on the page. So I'm not putting the name of it in here. It's just going to be totally free to attend because I'm just copy and pasting it from Dale's Discord. Guess I could have grabbed it from my email. Does it have in the email? Nope. It's just a graphic there too. Doesn't have the name of it. But Alexa Big Wharf, Craig Martell, Julie Broad, of course, Dale L. Roberts, and hosted by Teddy Smith. Teddy Smith's the only one I don't know who he is. But it looks like he got some big people together to talk about launching, proven launch strategies, marketing that actually sells books, how to avoid common pitfalls, and behind-the-scenes case studies. No gimmicks, no fluff, just real-world advice you can start using right away. That's what Dale wrote in his email. So he's pretty good at just getting down to what matters. All right, drop the link. Yay. Craig Martell and Michael Anderle. Yes. Now that I was saying, I was like, I think Michael Anderle is the one who came up with the 20 books to 50K concept. I think it was him and not Craig Martell. I think Craig Martell was in his group, his Facebook group, when they first started. I think that's the way it went. I don't have the best memory. I think it was Michael's, and he got Craig to help him. Yeah. Yep, you're probably right. Fairly certain. Yeah, you're probably right. You're going to be right probably 95% of the time because my brain is not very good at remembering stuff anymore. I have to hear things like over and over and over again for it to really stick. And I think that's why, like in my head, I just have stories going all the time. And maybe that's why nothing else sticks, because I just have stories and I'm making stuff up. So there we go. I'm back. Welcome back, Devin. JC, you're working too hard. Yes, I know. It's been a lot, but I'm getting myself set up for a future that frees me up to write a whole lot more. There's things in the works. It's going to be a long process because I want things to go smoothly with everything I do. But yes, I am setting myself up to relieve myself of some of these things that I've been doing as part of building my author platform and giving back to the community so that I can write more. For real. I'm good, Shannon. Hope you have a good weekend and able to relax a little bit. I can't even think about the weekend. I have to make it to May 1st. May 1st, when we reveal the lineup schedule for the Author Tube Writing Conference and get my paperwork filed with the state so I don't get slapped with a fine. Like literally, that's what they put in the email. You're going to be slapped with a fine if you don't get this paperwork done. And I'm like, gosh, I got to get there to do this paperwork. And the thing is, I was short on time last year. So I just signed the paperwork and got it done. And now I'm paying like $30 a month for something and I have no idea what I'm paying for. And I emailed them once, but like, why am I paying this money every month? And I didn't understand it. And I got so busy, then I forgot about it. Yeah. There we go. Yes, I'm new. I was lurking during your 777 and 369 sprints. Aw. I was just thinking about those sprints because I'm like, after this week and probably next week, I probably won't get a lot of writing done next week either because I think I'll be finishing up my girlfriend's editing project for her next book. And it's due to her next week. So that's probably what I'll be working on. But I was just thinking, I was like, I'm going to do another numbers write-a-thon. But it'd be cool if we could get like other people involved too. I say we, like there's more than me, but there's just me. But I was like, maybe we can get some other people involved with it and come up with some new numbers. I love numbers. I'm not very good at adding, subtracting, dividing, or multiplying them, but I do it all the time in my head. I'm a numbers person. Welcome, Rachel, says Devin. Thank you, Devin. Yep, there's the link to the book launch panel show. I guess it was actually in there. But that is a subscribe link. So caveat here, I am assuming, but I'm probably right, that when you sign up to attend this, you are signing up on a newsletter list because that is a landing page for MailerLite. And I didn't actually read the page all the way through, so there might have been a little disclaimer on there. I'm going to assume that if you sign up for that, you might be signing up on some type of mailing list. So just be aware of that. I really wish I could take all of your energy and bottle it up for myself on days when I need it, with which chronic pain would be a lot. I'm there with you. I was just thinking today, I was like, I wish I could do some things that like more like physical things because I watch people do these things like on the YouTube, watching shows. I tend to watch a lot of YouTube when I'm not writing. So I put stuff on. I'm like, wow, I want to do that. Yeah, but my back would not hold up. Why do you think I'm leaning back in my chair right now? It's because my back is hurting. I spent a lot of time listening to Michael's story. See, you've got this. Thank you for catching me up. I could totally understand that, Shannon, that setting yourself up part. Yeah. And I want to do it. I want to do it in such a way that, that there's not going to be, that things that I've started will hopefully will continue. If it changes, that it changes for the better, because I'm sure there are better ways to do things the way I've done things, because I've gotten so into the things that I'm doing that it's hard to see new ways of doing things. I know I'm being so cryptic. I should just stop talking. I want to just say it. And I'm going to make an announcement about it at the conference, at the Author Tube Writing Conference. I'll make an announcement, I think. But if you are in the Author Tube Writing Conference Discord, I'm thinking, and I don't know, Devin, if you're still here, I was going to get with you. I'm thinking about making an announcement. I don't know when I make an announcement, if you're going to want to make an announcement too, to at least our Discord, the people who are in the AWC Discord. So, but it's not like I'm just going away. I'm not, but I'm setting myself up over the next year. In 2 years, I'll be where I want to be. He and another author are an inspiration for me. Yes. The only thing is they got in at the right time. So 20 books at $50K. The whole idea was you write 20 books, you'd make $50K a year, which when my girlfriend from college was starting to publish, she was doing it during that time period. And she was making more money than I was making as a college teacher. And I was like, I want to be doing that. But, yeah. And so that was the time to do it. You can't do 20 books now and make $50K. Not the average writer anyways, the average indie author. It's a much different ball game now than it was then, but huge inspiration for sure. And which one was it? Was it Craig Martell or Michael? Maybe it was Michael Angeli. Were you telling me about this? The bootstrapping? No, Elaine was telling me about this. Elaine was telling me about bootstrapping, which I think might've been Michael Angeli. So, paying as little out as possible in costs when you first start out as an author, because you don't have a proven record yet of selling books. And so he bootstrapped it, is what he called it. And that's where she got her idea for publishing on a shoestring budget. Yeah. No, I hope this past weekend was a good weekend. Oh, yes, it was a good weekend. I was busy the whole weekend, but yeah, it was a good weekend. The most fun that I had was when DL came on the channel yesterday, and we talked about her book, and we got to play like a little bit of a game with some of it. So it was fun. I forgot about the paperwork. I know. Florida paperwork. Is that Sunbiz? Yeah. And I go through, yeah, it's Sunbiz, but I go through, is it Sunbiz now? Is it Sunbiz is the company with the state? Because I go through a company to file my paperwork. But they changed names. I don't know what they changed to. And Sunbiz is what I remember seeing coming up in my email. Hi, Keiko. Just made it for work. Well, we're wrapping up, but it's so great to see you. Hellos. Y'all probably in the stream, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's wrapping up. Yes, for the announcement, AWC Discord. Okay. I've been thinking about it. You know how I think about things in my head for a while, especially when it comes to anything that's writing. I've been thinking about what I'm going to say in my head for a while, as in the last week. I'm not quite ready yet, but I was thinking by Tuesday or Wednesday, I probably will have an idea of what I want to say. And then I thought I'd send it to you and see what you thought, and then see how, whatever it is, that way you would have an idea of how you might want to add on to it for your part. Russell has a new book on Kickstarter called something along the lines of publishing during a capitalistic apocalypse. Bad spelling. Yeah, that's okay. I still got you. I couldn't say it, so bad spelling, you can't say it. So we're a good team here. I didn't see that, but I probably got the email and I just didn't pay attention because I get a lot of emails from Russell. Yeah, Morgan and I were doing poetry night while you and DL was. Aw, I forgot about the poetry night. Why did I think that was a Saturday? And I thought that was like in the future. I missed it. I'm so sorry. I'll have to go catch it. Do you have a link for the poetry night? Was that on your channel or Morgan's channel? So I have to watch the replay. Yeah, it was fun. Oh, it's okay. I bet you guys had fun though. And wasn't Morgan working? No, was it Morgan? It might have been both of y'all were telling me you were writing poetry one night last week. So yeah. So if anyone's looking for other sprints, let's see. Paula's still going for family and books, and I think Jules is going right now. That's the Donnelly writer. And Ben Pick, who is one of my co-hosts for the podcast, he will be going later tonight around 6 p.m. my time, so it's 7 p.m. Eastern. And I will be over watching the other thing that's going on at the same time. Yes, hold on one second. There it is. Thank you. I don't know why I was thinking that was in the future. And it was a Saturday. I got that all mixed up in my head. I think I did my annual filing, maybe. Yeah. I know I have to do mine still. There's a playlist in the description box for all of our poetry streams. How convenient. That's awesome. Thank you. I'm curious about your thoughts on 20 Books of 50K Evolution. However, I'm not sure that might be too long to answer right now. I'm not sure that I would have the right answer for you either. I think I subscribe to what Becca Syme thinks, and I'm trying to remember exactly how she worded it because it's been a minute. And actually, I do have a stream pulled up with her video right now that I'm watching. Are you building an author house you want to live in? And that's Becca Syme has a YouTube channel, and it's called most of her stuff is the Quit Cast, which is she's not telling you to quit. But that's what I thought when I first came across Becca Syme years ago. It's like, you're supposed to quit. You're a writer, you need to quit, I think, or something like that. Or I think that's the name of one of her books. But it's all about quitting those things that do not help you as a writer and as a publishing writer, if that's the other part, if you want to do. But where did I get on this? Oh, she talked about how publishing and marketing books used to be, I can't remember what she said. It's vertical or horizontal publishing and marketing. And now we're the opposite. I don't even want to choose because I can't remember. I'd have to go back through her catalog and look at it. But she talked about the golden age of publishing, which is, during the Michael Anderle, 20 Books of 50K, all that stuff. When you just basically publish a book and you'd get people to buy it because there weren't that many books out there. And then when when the market started getting more books, then all you had to do was do a few ads and then you got more visibility. But now there are so many books and so many ads. It's all about that visibility. And so now it's not about stacking on. So I think it's more horizontal publishing now and not vertical. It used to be vertical publishing. You don't stack on, like you put your book out there and you pay this company to promote it and you pay for this ad and you pay for this and you pay for that and stack on all these things to get the visibility. Now you need to kind of have it like several different things going on. And this includes things like having merch for your brand and having ways for your readers to reach you more one-on-one, whether that's through like with Wattpad or Ream or Patreon, or like, these kinds of things where you can reach your readers. I think Kickstarter would probably fall underneath this as well, because more of that direct sales. And I'm looking at her homepage now. What do we think about the author? The future of an author. She's got a lot of great stuff on her channel. And it's not all about publishing either, like 5 tips for intuitive writers. I am an intuitive writer, which I didn't even know until I watched her talk about different types of writers. I always thought, well, I'm a pantser / plantser sort of. I don't really outline, but I write stuff down. But I couldn't describe what it was I was doing. And yeah, and the way I was like, that's me, especially how she described how we intuitive writers tend to go to people to talk about our ideas, and they give us ideas and we never take any of them. But it's all about that we have to like get other people's ideas to get through our own subconscious and get to the idea that we actually want. So yeah, you're about halfway, Shannon. You're at 10 books right now. Do you know, this is another great question. What do you consider a book? Okay. So I've got my first trilogy. That's 3. But then I also have a box set of my trilogy. I didn't write anything more, but I did have to get another cover. Well, I made the cover because I made the cover for my trilogy. So I made the cover for my box set. Do you count that as another book, the box set? And then I now have 2 novellas. Are those considered books? Those are only ebooks. Well, the second novella was part of my Kickstarter, so it's not actually on retailer platforms yet, but it will be by the end of the year. So are those considered books? I don't know. I'm like, I don't know how many books I have. If I was to count strictly novels with unique writing, then, and it's only novels, not the novellas, then I have 5 books. If I was to count my 3 novels and novellas, I have 7 books. If I was to count my novels, novellas, and my box set, 8 books. And then I also have a short story. But the short story I'm not selling anywhere at this moment. I do plan to do something more with it. I plan to make it into a little bit of a longer story and sell it as a novella. So I don't know. It depends on what you count as a book. I don't know. I don't even know what I believe I should count as a book. So yeah, I think if I was to pare it all the way down, I guess I would say I'd count my books and my novellas, which in that case, I'm at 7. Yeah. Or close. Also, I love the fact that your pinned comment says, looky, looky. It's a brilliant way. I was just in a fun mood. I was just in a fun mood. I was like, looky, looky, look what we got. And this morning when I was writing it. So yeah, I like intuitive writer language. Me too. And I love how Becca Syme, talks about it and describes it. It's like, that's me. Yep, that's me. I'm also adding the idea of signposts or being a signpost writer. I've never heard of that one. Where do you get that from? LOL. Anything you had to get a new ISBN for, I count. Well, do I have an ISBN on my? I think I do. So my novella, the one that's published on retail platforms, has its own ISBN. Now, see, if I was strictly going by ISBN, then I'm fewer books because I have my 2 Kickstarter books. I have the main Curse of Wings and Gems. That's a Kickstarter book. And the Flora's Budding Desire is the Kickstarter novella. So those things are part of my Kickstarter. They don't have ISBNs assigned to them yet because they're not on retailer platforms. I actually made special Kickstarter editions, which I did not give ISBNs for because I'm not going to ever sell them anywhere else. And they're only available during that Kickstarter. So not an ISBN is not needed in this case. So those don't actually they will have an ISBN though. So if I say, yes, they're going to have ISBNs, then I have 8 because that includes my box set. My box set has its own ISBN, or really it's an omnibus because I don't have it in physical format. I have ideas of scenes and points, but not all the scenes in between. Oh, well, yeah, that's me. Did you get the language from someone or did you come up with that idea? Yeah, I almost always know like how things are going to start and end, and I have like flashes of ideas for things that could happen in the middle, but those things tend to change, but not all the time. Ha, I already filed. Oh, good for you. You didn't have to worry about it. I do, but you don't have to worry about it. I don't know when, but it happened. I count the novellas in short books. Oh, okay. And see, my short story is not actually published anymore. It's in an anthology that I do not promote because I do not agree with the person who did the anthology. Was not a very nice person. Did not know that at the time that I was doing my short story in the anthology. So I do not promote the anthology. And I planned on making it its own and publishing it on its own eventually, just not right now. I heard that the original writer of The Wheel of Time did a very similar, if not the same, and J.S. Bell, so that was Robert Jordan, and J.S. Bell uses the term signpost. I had never heard about that with Robert Jordan, but he was a very detailed outliner. I do know that much because his wife used his outline of the rest of the series and took that to Brandon Sanderson and asked him to write the rest of the series after Robert Jordan died. Okay, ignore my previous ISBN comment. I mean, they will have ISBNs. They will. I just haven't assigned them yet. Okay. I count novels, novellas, and short books too. So if I was to count all of that, I would say 8 then. I just feel like, I guess the thing that really goes back and forth for me is my the omnibus of the trilogy, because I didn't write anything new for it. I just put it all together and made a new cover that would capture all 3 books. So yeah. All right, made it to the end. I'm pretty sure I did not answer your where was it at? Deschalet said, oh, this year. Yeah. This would be kind of an interesting thing just to get together and talk about on a live stream one day, bring people together and like, what are our thoughts? What's our thoughts about the evolution? Do you know, before it was announced that Craig Martell and Michael Anderle had handed over 20 books of 50K to Joe Solari and Cheryl Honecker, it was Craig Martell was on Draft to Digital's YouTube, and they have a live stream that they do every Thursday. And I don't make most of them now, but I used to go to all of them. And he was there, and I asked him, what did he see for the evolution of 20 books of 50K? Because I did not believe that 20 books of 50K was really something that an author could achieve now. And this happened right after the 20 books of 50K I went to, and I went to the second to last one, but we did not know that the last one was coming up. So this was in the months leading up to the last 20 books of 50K. And he didn't really have an answer for me. And I was like, he's hiding something. The way he was the answer, I was like, he's hiding something. What is he hiding? And when it came out a couple months later that Joe Solari and Cheryl Honecker were taking over 20 books of 50K, and of course they rebranded it to Author Nation, I was like, that's what he was hiding. He knew that it was going to change. It was evolving right then and there. So, yeah. Brandon Sanderson talks about it. Originally, the series, I think it was supposed to be like 3 books. He got it at book 11. Yeah, I think it was supposed to be like 1 or 2 books, maybe. He made it into 3 books more. I don't remember. I don't have the best memory. But I was thinking it wasn't much longer to finish off the series, and he ended up making it even longer. So what did it end up? It ended up at 13 books. Everyone always said 13 books would be the right number because, of course, you need 13 Aes Sedai, or however you say the name, in order to gentle a man. So in this case, if you don't know what I'm talking about, it means taking power away from a man and making it where he no longer has access to magic. Not power as in physical power or any other type of power. It meant magic. Oh, Lord, I'm making this worse. So, but yeah. Brandon got it at book 11. Oh, I did that one already. Yeah. So, okay. I'll be back rest of the week, Tuesday through Thursday, with the Pomodoro Sprints. That is 45 minutes long. And otherwise, I will be, looks like I'll be hanging out in the things that Dale's doing tonight. So I'll find the link and send it to you. Okay. Yes, please do that. Have a great day. You have a great day too. And I will catch everyone later. Bye, y'all.